Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. We're going to skip over our usual intro screen and just kind of be right into the work of things because I don't really know what I'm doing today. I just sat down, haven't really taken a look at anything yet, so we're just going to see where the day takes us. We've got our boy Doey here, who we've been working on for the last few weeks. Been working on his expressions and his other toggles and whatnot. But yeah, how is everybody? Not me accidentally referencing what's going to happen in the stream before it starts. It's not hard to
If you
predict.
become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue. We've got a sleep-deprived and high spooka. We've got Katie. And we've got Moss. I'm gonna squeeze him. I'm not gonna lie, I really would like to be able to make a toggle that just, like, fucks up all this topology and makes him into a blob. I'm not totally sure how I'd do that yet. We've got a Q whose fingers are blue. Are you eating more of those chips? Right away I have to adjust my monitor size, or height. I just have to have it in a different spot depending on if I'm doing drawing or modeling. So I'm not sure where I left off on him before. I think I was working on his mouth shape. And we got the open mouth smile to work, at least somewhat. Got his teeth made. Oh, you know what it was? I'm gonna hide the teeth toggle. I have we were trying to set up his regular neutral face. So normally, you can kind of see the slit of his mouth here. He's in like a sort of smiley pose. And I'd been working on setting it to be more of just a neutral slit across, no real emotion. The only problem that I ran into with that is when he has the big mouth open, it fucks with that. So if he does the frown while the mouth is open, it's not really super compatible. We'll have to see what we can do about that, because it's not really great. I'm undecided how I'm going to be doing his toggles yet. Just accidentally punched my desk right on the edge of it. Oh no, Spooka! Oh, something's going on with Katie's internet. So, what I was working on last time, I think, is we were doing a bunch of shape key stuff. So we don't have much yet. These are our shape keys. A lot of it's just kind of getting a feel for it in the beginning here. This is something that you have to be really careful with. A lot of people won't do their shape keys until the end. But you gotta do a lot of, like, early planning. And you want to keep them separated, too, depending on what they are. I always keep my eyes and my mouth shape keys separate from each other. We have an upturned bottom lid that we had done last time, and the angry eyes. Trying to keep to his on-model faces as much as possible. I don't dislike that frown. I do feel like parts of it need to be adjusted a little bit, though. There's kind of like a weird indent here. Also, I apologize, my voice is a little bit hoarse today. I don't know why. Probably just because of how much yapping I've been doing over the last week. That's interesting. Something changes then when I go into edit mode. The interior of the mouth. We'll have to play with that. But yeah, we're just going to be taking it easy today. Relaxing, doing some art. I definitely encourage you guys to be picking at your own art. Whoa, that's weird. That's very weird. Our mirror mode is not doing what it should. Why is that? Are we just not grabbing the right ones? We aren't. Something's been separated here. Hold on. What did I do last time? Ah, we separated the interior of the mouth. That's why it's confusing. There we go. Now that is going to be a little bit of a problem, actually. So instead, let's try and grab these from the inside. Posture check already? I just sat down, Q. But thank you for that and the big stretch. Why does that feel directed at me? Definitely not looking over at the pair of sun legs and the non-existent human form for my D&D slime that I need to do. Nah, it's directed at everybody. It's so easy for us to get distracted with doom scrolling and shit. Sometimes we just need someone to remind us that there's another option besides that. So that's not the part that we need to be fixing. It's this part. Or maybe the lip? Maybe the lip. Bump that up a little higher, maybe. One thing I am excited about for weight painting on Doughy is I want to give him a belly jiggle. I've never deliberately done that. I've done butt jiggle and I've done boob jiggle, but I've never done belly jiggle intentionally, I don't think. So I'm excited to give it a try. You're speaking my language. You can procrastinate by going back to a video game that you haven't finished yet. You can. That is always your choice. I get more satisfaction over creating stuff, though. Personally. Made the discovery that my spicy crunch roll had jalapeno in it. I maybe should have guessed that's what it was, but who expects to find jalapeno in their sushi? I like spicy sushi. I did get sushi one time at a place that made their sriracha sauce in-house, or whatever their spicy sauce was. And I had never had it however they do it. And my God, I don't think I had ever had anything that spicy before in my entire life. It was genuinely like, I think I'm in actual pain at this point. Like this was funny at first, but now I'm like a little concerned for my well-being now. I need to get one out to the side from these. I should also include that was still the best sushi I had ever had, like locally, regardless of it being way too insanely spicy. It was worth it. Probably being a little too meticulous about this, but when am I not? What's that one doing? Already got a reference to go off of for my slime's human form. What? Hello? Am I getting a phone call? Hold on. No. I don't know what that was. Alright. I already got a reference to go off of for my slime's human form, as me and Moon made a hero forge for it because they wanted figurines to use. That's cute. I need to go back and play around with Hero Forge. It's been a long time since I messed with it. Got my mama's spicy tolerance of exactly 0. But mama didn't raise no bitch either. Alright. Oh, I don't like the way his cheek clips through when he opens up into the big... Not as bad as it could be, but it's still not ideal. Part of the issue with the frown is this. What? Hold on. Okay, did y'all see that one fucking line was gone for a second there? That was wild. Part of our trouble is that it moves more inwards. Can we move it out without it repositioning too bad? Boy, that's going to be rough, actually. Yeah, woof. I don't think so, Doey. Yeah, no. Just gonna have to find a way to live with that. I want to see something kind of gross but cool that I'm going to be using in a future project. That's such a loaded question with you, Spooka. Yes. What kind of gross are we talking, though? I do think these need to come inwards more, if anything. possibly way too high quality image of my fucked up eye. Yes, although I'm going to request that you keep that maybe to DMs or chicken wing. I don't know if that needs to go in all of show and tell. I think we're gonna move these verts closer inwards, whether they want to move or not. And that's got him clipping again. I'm not a fan of these clown tutus that Sun and Moon wear. The bane of my existence as well. I hate drawing them. It's like the hardest part. I'm wondering if the frown should be the default face, and we should try to work in the smile from there, or... Hmm. Not that they're hard to draw, it's the fact that they look too stiff. I mean, I get that. It's kind of what I mean when I say hard to draw. If it's something that just doesn't happen easily. You gotta fuck around with them a little bit. What kind of expressions does Doey end up making? I feel like I should go back and rewatch some clips of him. I know he's got his one really angry face. And his one really happy face. Oh, wow. Let's go back and see some of his clips. He has a pretty intense squint that he does. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat right now. I'm looking at clips of Doey to see what other expressions to try and work with here with him. It's like he's weirdly really expressive and also not at all. Okay. Oh, wow. You are not joking, Spooka, but that eyeball texture? Holy fuck. That's like a sellable asset. You should list that on like Ko-fi or something. The circular one that you've got? That's a really, really good asset. Like that could be used as a shader, a matte cap. That's awesome. All right. So one face that I did see, he does get that suspicious squint, and he does get kind of a unimpressed dad face at times. So let's try and do something with that. We got our angry. I might play with the angry a little bit. It's very close to how he looks in game. Actually, I think what's bothering me the most is that I can't see the separation.
Did you remember to save
Hi,
all
Ram.
of your files?
Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the reminder to save, too. I think what we'll do instead of working on the rest of his expression, since we do have his teeth now, is we will work on doing the UV layout instead. And that way we can just throw some flats on and actually see how he is supposed to look. So we'll go over to our UV editing tab. That's weird. And you are already merged? Yes? No? What's the sphere here that we have? Oh, that was your original head. Don't need that anymore. All right, modifiers. You have no modifiers, which means all of your stuff is already mirrored. Let's get a new image here with a gray background. We are going to make this, how big do we want it to be? And I really don't think any part of him is mirrored in terms of texture. Wow.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate again, Q. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good. I am trying to keep things a little bit low-key today because when I woke up this morning, I've had this whole endo flare's been really bad this week, and I'm prone to getting migraines. I have not had one yet. However, there's been the threat of the migraine that has been looming over me several days now, and today has been the worst. I woke up and it felt like a full-blown migraine, but it's coming and going. Like, it'll sit on my face, on my head, on my eyes, everywhere for like a minute, and then it'll like fade out. And then it'll kind of like fade back in after a few minutes and then fade back out. I don't know what it's all about. But until it decides to fully commit to being a full-blown migraine for the day, I'm just gonna continue to try and ignore it. September is already looking to be a busy month for me. I'm going to be doing an internship/course thing that might result in a job at the end of the first 3 days. That's awesome. Then on September 4th, I'm going to be busy because of Silksong that will be coming out. And then on the 9th, I've got my older sister's birthday, so I'm going to need to do some shopping for that at some point. And this will all be happening right after the free online beta test for Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Sounds like a very busy month for you. Let me know how some of that goes, especially the Sonic game. I know I've been seeing a handful of things about that, but I just haven't had the time to devote to looking into it. I'm wondering what position his mouth should be in for his UVs, actually. Hello, Taku. Good to see you. Is that not normal? Also, did you take some medicine for the migraine? It's normal for me because of having endo. Migraines are part of the endo flares. Not always. It's just one of those, like, when it happens, it happens. Right, we need a reference of Doey. Okay, thankfully his whole head is the same color. I'd hate not to do a gradient on his head, but if he opens his mouth fully, there's definitely going to be some weird distortion if I do. So we might have to stick with flats on this one. And if that's the case, maybe it would be better. Let's see if we can get his mouth half open. Online playtest starts on the 29th of August and ends September 1st. Jesus. I'm glad summer's almost over, but it's wild to me that it's almost over already. Also, hello, Nexus. Welcome. Let's set this to its own shape key. There we go. So that got us to have the head half open. So now it is midway between open and closed. So whatever texture we do in this area that's going to be such a weird area between the eye and the mouth, hopefully won't get too weird. What's that? What part of you is that? Oh, it's your hat. All right. And this, also the hat. Welcome, Butt Madness. I was promised there would be butts. Well, I mean, there's a pretty flat one. We put all of our booty jiggle points into belly jiggle this time around, unfortunately. So there's more belly than butt today. Rest assured, we do often have butts on this channel. Okay, that's the back. Oh no, it's the front of your leg. Do we need that to be split? Let's see. Big stretch. Big stretch. Thank you, Rin. A lack of butt today makes me sad on the inside. I'm so sorry, Butt Madness. I will aim to do better. Let's get rid of that seam. And see how that piece looks when it's been stitched back together, because it should just be a nice U-shaped piece, just like our leg roll here. Yeah, look at that. That's a nice chunk. We want to try and keep this guy in as many solid single pieces as we can. But some of them are just unavoidable. Now, I know we chopped the wrist off, but this appears to be, yeah, that's our arm. It's awfully small. I always wanted to have a character have quote-unquote chowder textures. Hey, I've recently learned how to do that. That's an effect that you can get by using the Poyomi shader. I don't know how you would necessarily do it with the built-in stuff, but there's definitely a way. But when we made Nep's original avatar had hair that was like the chowder textures with a galaxy print. And so we used that same exact texture and method to give it to his new avatar that I had made for him. Cherry might be able to explain more of it sometime if he's ever around. One day there will be butts, just not today. The butts are coming. All right, let me take a look at our seams on him. I don't think I do have a picture of just Doughy. Give me one sec. I'll go ahead and put one on. That'll make it a lot easier for me to not have to flip back and forth so much. Right, so we're going to go into object mode. We're going to add. We are going to add an image, a reference. And there he is. We'll put that back. There we go. So what I want to do is make sure that everywhere that we're going to have a seam cut into the body, we hopefully won't have to have any places where textures will need a lot of detail. And the only problem that I'm seeing so far with that is the armpit area, because Doughy has a lot going on with the exchange of colors between his two arms. And we have a seam that goes right across the entire armpit zone. So it's going to be a little bit tricky trying to line these stripies up with each other. But it looks like that's going to be our only major issue. Because I think what I'll do with that red arm, I think we'll keep everything on both legs red and worry more about that ripple effect on the lower part of the belly. I have made the body of Sun. All that's missing is the head and feet. Although one flair I've added is giving Sun a stomach hatch, which will be full of art supplies. Oh, that's a cute idea. As well as Sundrop Moondrop candy. I like that. I just kind of wondered why they didn't have one. I gave mine a back hatch instead of a front chest hatch, and it was purely for like the rope thing that he hangs from. I've drawn of Sun and Moon characters in the past. Maybe I will draw FNAF's Moon. Go for it, Nexus. I love to see people's different takes on these things. Well, I'm trying not to overthink it, but I think we might have gotten lucky on Doughy's entire design. Because I don't think he's going to really be much of a challenge for us. What is that? That's the inside? And this is the outside? Yes. Inner lip. Top of the hat. Is this your mouth? Yes. These should be your eyes. Yes. And then the rest are all teeth. All right. Well, we've got all of our parts. I don't really like that they're not necessarily to scale, particularly the arms. Let's try one more unwrap. And we will set this to... Don't necessarily think that we need the holes filled, but... All right. If that's what it wants to be, I'm going to just work with what we've got here. It's being a little fucky-wucky because of this large piece here. I put a microphone output on their chest as a speaker for their voice and because jester/clown button. Oh, that's a good idea. Paying homage to the fun times as well. All right, let's get all your leg pieces. And feet. Oh, that's your hat. And your mouth. No, we want all these pieces. Leg, 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 leg. All these. Move you over here. You will all be red. In fact, so will your teeth. And just organized by color groups. I tried to keep his teeth fairly on model too because I really like the design. I like the way they gave him this very particular snaggletooth layout. It's very intentional and I just really like how it looks. It kind of reminds me of, like, kids' teeth without braces. Like when they grow up without braces and how like, they can kind of just like do their own thing. Like the teeth, I mean. It's very natural. It feels very, I don't know, how it should feel. Oh, thank you, Cat. Makes me think of crayons. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's really funny. I didn't even think about that. Oh, that'd be a great design for a Poppy character. I don't think I've seen anybody do... Honestly, a lot of Poppy character designs work so well with Digital Circus that I just kind of feel like most people have used their best ideas for Digital Circus OCs. All right, let's grab the hat. That'll be over here. I think the hat is the only... Ooh! Is the only thing that is the dark blue. Grab the inside of your mouth and your eyes. Those are going to be near the hat. And then... this... Your hands are going to be solid of whatever color they are. So there's our yellow. And our orange. All your body. And your head. Did we miss a tooth? I guess we did. I'm going to count your arms as part of the blue. Which tooth did we miss? Oh, that little guy. I used to have a Digital Circus OC that was a crafted doll. Really should try again with her. She was a bit too Draculora to fit in with the cast. I think a lot of people struggled with that very early on with Digital Circus OCs because it's, I don't know, it's a struggle for people to want to have a character that has deliberately removed the human assets. Oop, our ads are going to play in 1 minute. That is our first ad read of the day. So to anyone who is not familiar with how it works around here, they play for 3 minutes once every hour. That way we can have the whole hour uninterrupted. All right, let's start organizing these real quick. Shouldn't take too terribly long. What we mostly want to do is have as much room as possible for the body and the arms. Everything else kind of is less important. But I think because of that, I'm going to go ahead and unwrap just the body a second time so we can use as much space as we possibly can get with it. Although, yeah, no, we'll see what happens. Okay, it didn't make it too much bigger. So now we've got all of our pieces. We want to make sure they are laid out well. For starters, we're going to make sure each arm is with the correct colors. There go our ads. I'm going to try and conserve as much space as I possibly can while doing this. We are going to cram a lot of pieces in here. I think we're going to want the head to be a little bigger than other parts too, but I don't want to take up too much room with stuff that's not super necessary. I hope nobody's going to be trying to put Poyomi and shit, like glitter and things on Doughy. Admittedly, I'd kind of like the face to stay facing itself, so we'll just unwrap it again separately. Can you imagine how much glitter and dirt he must attract? How much of him would just be filth? Be at least the muck that's on the protagonist's feet. Oh god. Sun is done and they are in show and tell. Ah, let me go see. such cute. He came out so good. I love that pattern that you did on his chest with the panel that you were talking about. That's actually such a cute idea. I've never seen someone do that before. I don't fucking know with the eyes, man. I love that. That's so good. Literally said fuck it with the shoes and eyes like I couldn't be bothered. I still think you did a great job. Art's not about pouring all of this labor into something. It's about just making something. Something that you enjoy. Or that you think others would enjoy. I wonder what would happen if we got a slime monster for Poppy Playtime. They could get all separated and gross. And then we could repair them with some glue or borax or something. That'd be a cool idea. I think Rosie's got an OC that's very similar to that. I actually don't know if we're going to hear much from Rosie today because she has gone on a very long trip to go be with one of her partners. She's staying with them for God knows how long. But I'm very excited for her. I can't wait to hear what kind of stuff they're going to be getting into. I guess we don't really need to be as picky as we usually are when it comes to laying out the UVs. We don't have to conserve every necessary little spot. I mostly want to keep the head in a place that I can keep it symmetrical. Because that is all stuff that I have to do in Psy or my other art programs. It's not really the most ideal place for it. I mean, I guess that could work, but that's also not the best. Hmm. Yeah, we'll just leave it there. Which part of you is the top of the eye? I guess it doesn't matter. It would be fun if they were a toy in the middle floating around inside of a slime that they could control. Ooh. My Tadic OC Oozy. Oh, that's right! I forgot about that OC of yours! See what I mean about how these ideas get used so much for Amazing Digital Circus? Like, they're so parallel with the Poppy aesthetic. It's no wonder. I kind of want our arms and our hands to be parallel to each other so I can make sure that they're identical, but are they bouncy and smells like chemicals? Smells like chemicals, but they aren't bouncy because Jack shoves random objects into her body, mainly Zoobles pieces and gumballs. I think I'm probably just overthinking this, worrying too much about something that really doesn't have as much of an impact as I'm assuming. This is supposed to be an easier one. Like Dog Day, I don't want him to be too much. I can always go all out on other avatars. Damn, I was hoping we could squeeze that in there. It would be funny if Amazing Digital Circus OC was just a 2D sprite mirroring a person who feels like they have no depth. Oh my god, I love that. Like a photorealistic image, like they did with the old Mortal Kombat sprites, where they just like took an actual picture and then shrunk it down to sprite size. That would be so fucking funny. Time for me to run. We'll try and be back later this evening. Rock on, Frag, have fun. Thank you for stopping by, Kat. It was so nice to see you for a little bit here. I am so in love with that UI that you have made for yourself, by the way. I can't wait to see you stream sometime. You guys should go ahead and follow Kat if you don't already. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and send her a shout out here. There we are. But yeah, Cat's an awesome artist, and they've got an even more awesome personality. If we don't see you again later on, I hope you have a fantastic weekend. Their ability is to use old school cheat codes. Let's move all these guys down in the corner over here. Because the big struggle with these is trying to find out where we can put our big C-shaped guys. Because they are not the most ideal shape. Probably loop them end up looping them inside of each other. And just put a bunch of teeth in there with them. Ah, itch. Itch, itch, itch. You ever get one of those itches that just like feels like a bug bite or something? Just happens very abruptly. It feels weird not having to use every last ounce of space that we get from our UV map. But I think it's for the best. We can do a much higher quality map this way. I do think I want to try and lay these teeth out in order. At least have them separated by top and bottom.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you. Part of me is tempted to put each tooth on its own bone so that they can be kind of wiggled around and flexed out. Like the gums themselves are flexible, but the teeth obviously are not. I don't know. It's creepy. Yucky. I like it. It's gross. Never get those itches that feel like they are on the inside. Ugh, the worst. How does that even happen, man? All right, I think debating where the best place to put these are. I don't like what this is down here. I don't like what we've got going on with this. I have a question for everyone. Does anyone else hold their breath when they run? I don't think so. But I'm also just like bad at all physical everything. Like I grew up with asthma and an allergy to grass. So running wasn't something that I did a whole hell of a lot. Holding your breath in a situation like that releases more chemicals into your brain, moving blood faster through your body, but I would not advise doing that often as it may help you sprint. It wouldn't help you in the quote-unquote long run. Well worded. I think we're going to use each of these spaces differently. I'll take all of you up here, put you in this space. Because I want to space them out. It's kind of annoying doing teeth because I want to put a gradient on them. So I have to have all of them separated. Now, did I move those out of order? No. Okay, we're good. Also just realized that Uzi would essentially win automatically with the latest adventure, because any and all bullets that had hit her would just bounce off. The bullets would all be returned to sender. What the fuck, when did an hour and a half pass since you started stream? Time doesn't feel real today. It's 3 p.m. and I still felt like it's 8 a.m. for me. Some days are just like that. I'm okay with time moving a little faster today, though. Oh wait, we're going out of order now. I guess it doesn't really matter. Unless somebody's going to give him rainbow teeth for some reason, and if that's the case, then, well, they can go in and manually figure out which tooth is which. Alright. Now the only thing that's of any concern really is these two pieces are very close to each other in this middle part, but that's okay. It's nothing that's going to cause any major issues or anything. And we've got enough extra space in these other areas that if we want to add a couple of little mini props, we can. So we will file, save. We are going to export our UV layout. Doughy UVs. And we're going to open up a psi window now. Oh, DVD popple's gone. Hold on. Because we will be switching back and forth. There he is. All right, let's get that side window open. Upgrading the meat jackal into a gorehound. Would you like to see? Yes. Spooka, are you streaming? Because if you're just doing art, there's no reason why you shouldn't be streaming. You're just vibing. Wait. Creature. Crap. These two are too close. Let me go in and fix that real quick. I think I've stained my tongue blue from these crisps. May I have uppies? You certainly can. I was actually playing around earlier today with a teleport option. But the only problem with that is if we have too many people up in the top box, no one can read chat. All right. I think I'm being too generous with the amount of space that I'm afraid to take up. There. That'll be fine. We're going to export that again. We will reopen Psy. I haven't eaten any in like 6 hours and my tongue is still saturated blue. See, that's the commitment to blue food. If you eat blue food, your tongue is going to be blue for the next 48 hours. It is the price we pay. All right. Now we will do a base dump of gray. We'll make a background of darker gray. Gonna take off of our UVs here, and we are gonna go take a screenshot of Doughy. So that we can start taking some samples of his colors. Actually, I forgot, he's got 2D art, so we don't even need to do that. Really? That's how tiny that is? Hmm. Wow, that's a very tiny image. Oh well. Still enough to get our color samples from. Just make sure we don't get a weird distorted color sample. Alright, we set our base layout to our selected source, and we can just start dump bucketing everything. Got a lot of warble in those colors. It's a little darker. Are your teeth orange? Hmm. I thought his teeth were red, but I think they're actually a combination of the red and orange that is part of him. Looking at images of his model. Yeah, they're definitely a brighter red. Okay, so what are we going to try for that? Can I sample directly from here? Maybe. It seems like this is our most solid pixel. Haven't eaten any in like, oh, already read that. Sorry. Once used a tube of black cupcake icing to keep my mouth stained for a Halloween costume one year. It had a great effect and was a tasty little treat for me. That was very smart. That was very smart because the natural, not natural, but the stuff that they use for dyeing your mouth, can't say I'm a fan. That stuff lasts way too long. All right. We have officially got flats for Doughy. So let's save this as both a sci file and a PNG. We're going to go back to Blender. Let's go over to our shading tab. There you go, buddy. You're real! Should we put a shader on you? Probably. Let's see. Okay. I think he looks pretty good. So we no longer need to have the matte cap shader. Look at him. He's so cute. Oh god, that makes such a difference. Now we can get him and see what he looks like with Dog Day. Dog Day, let's put your texture on you real quick. This might be the old Dog Day, so I'm not sure if we'll be able to do that. I don't remember which materials are yours, bud. Okay, certainly not that one. There you go, you are an old Dog Day. Just two cute dads. I'm wondering if maybe I made Doey a little too short. No, because going off of the player's height, POV, 5 foot tall. That's about how tall he is compared to us. Not me temporarily putting my internet on for my PC so that I can play Minecraft with my skin. He's stretchy, he's gummy, he's squishy, he's funny. D-O-E-Y. I am quite happy with how he's turning out. So with that in mind, now we've got our colors thrown on. We can see him much easier. Let's go back to what we were doing with our mouth and such. So we've got your frown. Nothing stretches out too weird and gross with that. The only problem with that is that when he does open his mouth, the frown cannot combine with it well because it just sort of slurps in his everything. Unless... God, he really does open his mouth so big. How's the day treating you today? Pretty good, actually. With the exception of trying to fight off a migraine that wants to keep coming back, I'm doing pretty good. And how about you, Zatani? Joey's mouth looks like when you accidentally drop Play-Doh on the ground and it ends up with all those chunks of food or floor bits. I don't even want to know what kind of stuff is stuck within this dough man. I'm debating what I would like to do with his mouth here, because he's got one of the most challenging mouths I've ever worked with just because of how much it stretches. Like with Dog Day, it's the same size, but Dog Day's mouth never closes all the way. Doughy's does, quite often, and being able to have that flexibility while also maintaining overlapping shapes, it's not really easy. I think maybe we should... I guess I could remove the teeth entirely from this layer. That'll trip me up a little less. All right, so now we have the option that we can turn those off if need be. Beef. Doughy. Let's just turn the teeth off for now. So we have our closed mouth. We have the option of a frown. Now, when he opens his mouth a little bit, that does pose to be a bit of a problem. We want to start working on his lip sync, I think. So, let's just try at random first. Turn the frown off completely. I'm doing pretty well. Pretty excited. Kevin finished the still commission and needs to make the open mouth variant, but it's practically finished. Sent a picture of it. Let's go take a look. Oh wow, Spooka, that retexture looks really fucking cool. You're definitely going to need to put a trigger warning on that one, though. Oh, wow. Oh, Kevin's so good at rendering. I really, really love the way they color. That looks fantastic. Simply add a mouth toggle. So unfortunately, toggles and vice seams can still be an issue with each other. When it comes to VRChat, and this is because I don't know as much about the Unity side of things, the actual scripting and programming and everything, I'm sure there are ways around it if you know more about it. But I know more of the Blender side of things as opposed to the programming, Unity, all that. Vice seams are the lip sync. They are all of the shapes that the mouth is set to make when it hears a specific sound. So predominantly you start with ah, ch, and oo. Those three sounds you can kind of get most of the other sounds from those. But the problem is if I don't have them right now, but say that we used our halfway point of our open mouth smile, for our ah sound. We'll go ahead and simulate this by creating this right now. New shape from this. This will be our open mouth ah sound. Okay, now that's great. We have that ah, okay, cool. So what happens now if he's already smiling and then it applies the ah sound? That's the problem. They pile on top of each other. They don't know that they have to disable one to turn on the other. So you have to find a healthy balance between all of them. So even though I made that big open mouth smile at the absolute max that I wanted it to be, I actually can't use the max. This is what it would look like with the ah sound playing. I have to reduce it to a certain amount and make sure that both of them are compatible. Otherwise, it's going to cause a lot of fucky things like that. You guys, angry eyes, they actually look a lot better. I might pull this part forward a little more though. Let's play around with his eyes for the most part first here and just get a feel for it, because I'm not really in my groove. I haven't really been doing much with the shape keys the last week here. All right, let's get our unimpressed, not pleased with what the player is doing right now dad face. He's not mad, he's just disappointed. Not doughy over here looking fucking stoned. Huge mouth looked like Sackboy and the big smile while someone was talking in game. I've never played the Sackboy games, but I always wanted to. He's such a cute design. Dog day, get your big ass mouth out of here. Oof, nausea. I would prefer if you would kindly see yourself out. You are not wanted here currently. Whoops, our ads are about to play again. Just remembered Smoon is already like the Mardi Gras style, so I'm going to make him clockwork. Ooh, that's a good idea. One of his designs that I need to look into is the jack-o'-lantern one. It was from one of the Help Wanted games. Bleh. Why is this nausea so bad? Oof. I apologize in advance if I end up having to step away. All right, we've got a regular squint and an angry squint. I think I'm going to play with the shape of the angry squint a little more. This is the I don't quite trust what Poppy is saying face. Mm. Another face that he does is a like a surprised, kind of startled face. I did really like that, and the only time I saw him do that is when was that? I think it's when he's talking to Poppy. Program just crashed. Oh no! Couldn't handle the tooth. That's why it's important to save frequently, unfortunately. Let's see if we can kind of replicate his grumpy face. It's gonna be rough. We'll start by hiding the whole mouth section, the interior. Ugh. I apologize for the huffing and puffing. I just feel like all of a sudden there's a very sickly feeling that I'm dealing with, and it's not pleasant. He's still looking kind of Ninja Turtle-y. I don't like that that one's not moving. Asymmetry drives me crazy. Why is it still not moving? Did I not just make it perfectly symmetrical? I didn't, apparently. Hi, friendly. How are we today? We're doing pretty good. Aside from fighting a headache that keeps wanting to turn into a migraine and then changing its mind, we're doing hunky-dory. Hello, Nook Nook. Good to see you. Hope the headache eases up soon. It was for a while, to be honest. I don't know why all of a sudden it's just started doubling down again. If it gets too bad, though, I'll step away for a bit. I've already taken some acetaminophen, so hopefully that will help. Right now we're just working on making some expressions and other such necessities for Doughy. Currently working on a little poster. It's going to be in the background of an angst doodle I'm making for the Moth Boy. I can share a whip if you would like. I would love that or friendly. I don't know why I've started calling you Frosty. I don't know why I mixed those two wires in my brain of friendly and frosty, and I'm so sorry. It keeps happening. I'm genuinely trying not to have it happen. How long have I been live? I can use that to gauge how long the painkiller has been in my system. Because I took it right before we started. Alright, a little over 2 hours. That's good. That's not... It shouldn't be bad by now. I shouldn't be hurting yet, unless the migraine itself is getting worse. I do have the leftovers of a Dunkin' coffee in the fridge, and I might go grab that if the nausea eases up enough to let me. Yeah, that smile's going to ruin every single one of our shapes, so we're gonna have to probably have that be some kind of alternate setting. Angst Whip has been shared! Aww! God, I can never get over your compositions. I'm gonna need to, like, sit down and study your work to figure out how to get better at, like, just putting my characters in anything other than a floating empty white void. That is beautiful, beautiful silent storytelling, though. Homeboy going through it. Still trying to improve it, not just using blank voids in my art. I mean, you are. I mean, any picture that you make that's not just a blank void is definitely improving upon that skill. I need to stop actively avoiding it, is the problem. Bursts through the doggy door, because I obviously don't fit. Rah! Hello, Berserk. No, grab this piece, thank you. I'm excited because a big part of the AU's story is just him deciding, screw the mascot, I don't want to be him. Oh, I like that! Good for him! We love a good self-discovery story. Yes! Character development! Where's my egg at? Where is your egg? Wait. What eggs do we have here? This is you. And hello, Fizz! What's up? Egg headbutt. You're gonna crack your shell. I don't know what use this specific mouth shape will be, but hey, it's a mouth shape that we didn't have before. Unfortunately, it does go from the smile position to a more neutral frown position, and that's not great. We need to decide whether or not he's going to have a default neutral face or a default smile face. And that's such a hard decision to make this early on. What if we do the frown at like 50%? Okay, he's still kind of smiling. If we do it at 75%, that's fairly neutral. Oh no. I might have to completely redo the mouth bag. Not pleased with how it's moving about. I think we're going to have to play around with this, but I think we're going to have to redo it quite a bit, which sucks. So I'm going to go ahead and save a new copy. But I really want to try and get as much expression out of him as possible. So I think we are going to make the frown his actual resting face. Hi, Bronca. Welcome. We'll set it to that. Set it to 80% maybe? Stretch. Oh, that made the headache very known. Hawaii. Get stretched, nerd. I would love to be strapped up to one of those like medieval torture devices that supposedly like stretches people's limbs out. I want that on my spine. The stretching contraption awaits you, yes. Alright, let's try applying this mouth shape to our basis. This is going to fuck up everything else we've done. But it has given us the option to call this frown a smile. So now our neutral face, this is our basic doughy at this point. We have this kind of oh no face. We'll see if we end up keeping or using that. We have our big smile, but that requires the actual smile to look like this. So what can we do about that? Hold open mouth smile. Open mouth smile. This is our new one. So now he can go from the neutral face to the big one. Still have that one. Still have a regular smile, but the problem is that's going to overlap with everything. So what happens when these two overlap? Bad things. Very bad things. Worse things. Okay. I really don't know. I gotta find some way to make it work, though. I've got his neutral face. Well, that Ch face doesn't really work out well with the smile, though, does it? Oh, it kind of does. That's right, because we made it with the smile. Hmm. Hello, D. Cruz. How's it going? All right, we're gonna take a break from the mouth again because it's frustrating me. We're gonna start working on some eyebrows. Oops. It's a very, very subtle raised brow. I don't know if I should push for higher. It's probably enough. Let's do lowered, or maybe angry. It's going to be a little trickier. Make the man angry. Oui. What am I being booped for? Oui. No. I'm not adorable. I'm hardworking burb. My claws look like these so that his eyebrows can look like these.
If you become
Wait.
lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue. I believe it's time to settle up and try and get some sleep. Good luck. Good luck to you, because I had a horrible time trying to sleep myself last night. Oh, as indicated by the yawn. But I hope you get a good night's rest, Q, and I hope you have a fantastic weekend. Just in the kitchen, chugged half a mug of cold brew coffee, loudly made a poorly imitated transformer noise, and proclaimed, "Now I'm having anxiety faster." I'm not far off from doing that myself, actually, because this headache is creeping its way in, and I am not enjoying it. Maybe during our next ads. Oh, wow.
The Iceman 2006 can now hatch from their egg.
Thank you for the follow, the Iceman 2006. Hope you enjoy the vibes while you're here. You're welcome. I'm not a furry, but I respect you. I'll be honest, I'm not really much of a furry myself. I just like dinosaurs. It's funny because I am friends with a lot of furries who are very much, very obviously into furries. And I'm just over here like, I like robots. I think birds are cool sometimes. But that's about it. Monsters are neat. I don't know where that puts me. Too freaky for regular humans. Not freaky enough for furries. Just changed my mind because I realized how hairy and itchy my legs are, and I'm now shaving them before I sleep. Okay, Q. We're happy to keep you company. Taking a hit in celebration of reaching your follower goal. Oh shit! That's right. Iceman, you are our what? 430th follower? Because we just hit 420 last week? I don't remember now. I'm not one. I made a lot of friends on social media with furries. My mom freaked out, kind of, and she told me in the 90s and high school a lot of fairies were doing a lot of nasty stuff, like Animal would, and I told her, like, no, that was in the past. Besides, there are probably some weird, but they're not that weird. I'm not one, but I respect them, and plus I just let them enjoy what they want. Yeah. My whole philosophy is if it's not hurting anybody, no need to stress over it. People are weird, and we should celebrate that, not shun it. That's how we end up with characters like Doey here. Because God knows he's certainly not human anymore. Well, arguably he's more human than any of us, because he's technically 3 of them. You know what? Mothers are right. I think that they know best, but I still like my mom. Good. I hope you have a good relationship with your mother. I like to think that I do with my mom. We definitely get into spats at times, but we've worked very hard to have a good relationship with each other, or at least as good of one as we can have. And there's always room for improvement. What's going on with this piece? Needs to go back a little bit. And in a little bit. Because we want this brow ridge to kind of sink a little heavier. We want this to sort of be the heaviest part of the brow. I'm back having a bit of a frustrating tech night. I might be asking you for advice later. I'd be happy to help out as much as I can, Kat. Or should I call him Doey the Clayman? So the Order story, how this character became a living toy. It's like the Killing Joke comic. A kid fall into a tank of chemicals, plastic, and clay, and turned into this thing. Essentially. There was a bit more surgical intervention. But yes, it was definitely a blatant reference to the Killing Joke and the Joker and all that. Which I thought was pretty funny. I thought that was pretty cool. I think it's been a while since we've had any good references to that classic kind of stunt. Let's pull this a little more forward, maybe. Trying not to show the polygons too much because he is a very low poly model. In fact, how many polygons does he have? Oh, baby. Bitch, you might be my lowest poly model yet. Look at that. We haven't even reached 10K. And there's plenty of room for reduction, too. That's what good optimization gets you. Drew my concept for a Smoon. Have you posted it anywhere that we can see? I would love to take a look. I'm gonna go check show and tell preemptively just to be sure. There he is. Ooh! Oh, wow! I love that! Having, like, the crescent moon on the outer part where his radial fins would usually be is such a good take. It's a really nice pose, too. That's really cool, Nexus. Thank you so much for sharing that. Is it like a... Oh, is it the clock face, or the clock hands that are coming off of the side of his head there? Like the minute and the hour hand? That is a really cool design. Because I watched the little video from the 90s, and they pulled that right from the Batman universe when Joker falls into the chemicals and becomes Batman's greatest enemy, which is kind of a funny twist in a way. It is. I think they did a good couple of references to some Batman-esque stuff with the last chapter. I don't know why factories keep leaving open churning vats of viscous chemical liquids all over the place for people to fall into all the time. Well, especially on the tours. Technically, he did died. Oh, did die in a way, kind of. Like, Jack is dead. Oh, no, that's not true. No, none of the characters in Poppy Playtime died. They were all very seriously injured, and that's why, the ones that were injured, they were fatally injured. And because of that, they were used in the experiments to keep them alive. A lot of people think that, though. A lot of people think that the characters died because of FNAF. Because, like, in everything FNAF, it's always like, oh, a child was murdered. And because of that, I've seen so many people get like hella salty with Poppy and be like, oh no, you can't ship these characters because they're children. You can't ship these characters because you can't do this because they're dead kids. They're the ghost of dead kids. No, they're not. They never were. They never died. What do you mean Doey's a dad? He's a little kid. No, he's not. It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years since that little child fell into the goo vat. He may be a third somewhat adolescent, but the other two boys that went into making Doey were older. And it's still been 10 years. In fact, Matthew had explicitly had a note that listed that he was much older than they usually do. Sometimes I think people just want to argue in fandoms. Like, that's part of how they experience them. Like, that's the point to them. And I'm too old for that. I'm too tired. Oops. Apparently people are mad about the new Lego Batman game because they gave Batman a rainbow suit, which is a reference to one of the comics from the 50s. Well, yeah, there's like a villain in Batman. It's like Rainbow Man or something like that. And that's like his whole thing is controlling colors or something. There were some really fruity characters back in the day that like we just don't want to acknowledge anymore because in modern context, they haven't aged the way that they would have wanted them to. But it's a comic. It's fiction. That's the thing that blows my mind with people. Like, don't be so salty over fiction, my guy. It's fiction for a reason. I'm gonna bring the heaviness of this brow forward a little more because I feel like I don't like how squimped everything got there. Saw that the skin's in alpha. I'm excited for this game. Hopefully it does well and the market, no delays, no glitches, and clean gameplay. I sure hope so. Though he got jokered but came out as Clayface. Accurate. Strange that one mold can turn him into a full-grown man, or he probably did age slower. I mean, he has the mind of a 10-year-old because he was 10 years old before the change. No. He has 3 minds. One of a 10-year-old and two teen-aged boys when he was created. And then 10 years passed. So when we meet him, he's already in his 20s. A lot of people were up in arms about that with Theo, or Catnap, too, because, I don't know, there was a lot to be upset about, but, like, that's kind of just the way the story goes. The point, like, the reason you're upset at it is the point of the story. You're supposed to be upset. The prototype was grooming him. You're supposed to be upset about that. Yes, it is a bad thing. It's not being glorified. It is being treated like a bad thing. And then you get the people who are like, oh, your prototype can't be your favorite character now because he's a child groomer. It's fiction. None of it's real. Anything could be your favorite character. It's Firefly. Originally, he was like some guy wearing a colorful belt until they changed him into a firefly that could shoot a flamethrower and fly. One fun thing about Gmod, if I forget the name, I can get this character to chase me wherever I go. The Condiment King. I remember him on an episode of Batman the Animated Series. Making this avatar for VRChat? Yes, I am. All my models will eventually be avatars for VRChat. I just need to get around to getting their Unity projects set up. Because we already have Dog Day. Where did he go? There's Dog Day. I've got a Catnap, I've got a Player, I've got a bunch of other ones, but still have to get the Unity side of things sorted out for them. I just hate Unity, so I've not been doing it. That's... Oh, wow. Oh, God, we're being love bombed. Hello,
If you
Snake.
become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, baby.
We got a boomer!
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Snake. How's your day been, Snake? Oh, our ads are about to start in 1 minute. And again, to those of you who are new, our ads will play for 3 minutes once every hour. That way we can have a whole hour uninterrupted. I hope this next chapter in 2026 will be the final chapter. I hate waiting. I want you to finale the final showdown. It's the final countdown. I can understand debating theories as part of a fandom experience, but when it comes to full-blown arguments over lore that is plainly written and or gleaned... Oops! Oh, hold on, my avatar just died. Let's reopen that. There we are. Okay, let me finish reading what you were saying here. When it becomes a full-blown argument over lore that is plainly written and or gleaned through any sort of media literacy is when it gets tiring as fuck. Yes. Because in all of the Poppy stuff, like they make it hidden in the sense that you have to look for it in-game, but the lore is there. Like, it's not like FNAF where there's literally no lore and it's literally just people throwing spaghetti at a wall to try and make sense of nothing. Poppy has an actual plot and actual stuff to it that, like, makes sense. As long as you don't try to justify their actions, you should be allowed to have any character as your favorite. Absolutely!
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? It's nice to see you, Ink Bleeder. Even then, I can't even say that, like, you can justify their actions in fiction. Because, again, it's fiction. The whole point of fiction is to tell stories. It's to tell experiences that are not real. Therefore, the psychological component of it is important. There may be a reason that a character is a bad person, and the psychology behind that can fully be justified without saying that that justice of the justified part is valid. Just because a character behaves a certain way doesn't mean that they're good, but the reasons for their behavior can be justified, can be made sense of. The problem with it is not being able to recognize the difference between reality and fiction, because what's okay in a fictional story is not okay or redeemable in a real-life story. The reason why we tell it in fiction is so that we can ponder a reality in which that may have existed, purely for the sake of letting our brains be active about it. What if? Sometimes those what ifs make us uncomfortable. That's okay. That's the point. Oh, I'm sorry, Ink Bleeder. And then we have people who just don't want to think or feel anything at all. And that is also part of the problem. Because, you know, I've seen this argument for real. I've seen this argument legitimately, where people are getting angry at creatives for creating anything that causes a stir of emotion. And I'm just sitting here like, that's the point of art, my dude. You're upset because this media that you've consumed caused you to think about things that were really upsetting. They made you feel feelings that you wouldn't normally have felt, and they're uncomfortable. And you know what? That's what they're supposed to feel like. You know, we talk about stories like, what is it? The Lovely Bones. That's a really, really big one. I don't remember the plot of it, but I remember it's something about a little girl who gets kidnapped or murdered, or both. And we're getting the perspective of like her after she's died. And like, it's this really, really deeply philosophical, emotionally stirring, but in a way comforting in a sometimes and unpacking of trauma. So in a way, it is causing you to mentally experience this trauma without actually having to experience this trauma. You are learning from it. You are growing from it. You are experiencing a story that allows you to develop experience without actually having to go through anything to cause that experience, if that makes sense. It's like a simulation that's safe, because at any point you can walk away. The trauma's not happening to you. It's happening to your imagination. In fact, it's happening to someone else in your imagination at that. And if it upsets you, that's the point. If it causes feelings, that's the point. But I've legitimately seen, mostly younger people, I will admit, getting genuinely, legitimately upset and wanting to cancel creatives for writing or creating stories that make them feel uncomfortable. Like, yeah, this story about someone who is being violated is going to upset you because you're going to have empathy for that person who is going through that. And if that's not what you're interested in, why are you reading it? Why are you watching it? You shouldn't have an interest in it because of, like, a weird sexual thing. That's different. But even then, that's got its own things to unpack. We are inherently curious creatures, and we have this unique thing called a brain and cognitive thought that other creatures don't really have yet. And it has led to our own self-destruction in a lot of ways. We are one of the only creatures on the planet that has this level of anxiety that we created for ourselves. Other creatures don't have things called money. There's no economy among monkeys. So we're stressed out over not having a shelter over our heads because of a made-up thing that we created for ourselves that only we use. No other creature has to go through that. This is all new territory, and we shouldn't be afraid of it. We shouldn't be afraid of our emotions. We shouldn't be afraid of feeling. Maybe I'm saying that just because I've had to go through a hell of a lot of feeling over the last 10 years. But I'll be honest, I wouldn't take it back. I wouldn't erase it, no matter how traumatic it's been. Those negative thoughts aren't always a bad thing. Our trauma doesn't have to be a bad thing. Because if there's nothing else that we can't take out of it, we can take our growth out of it. We can make that become a positive. Whether Dog Day, get your fucking nose out of here. How dare you make me feel? If everything were cookie cutter and clean, you'd never be challenged. Exactly. We need to be challenged. We need to be uncomfortable. Discomfort is how you grow. And yes, there are definitely times where shit like that can get way too big, way too much, way too hard, and cause trauma. Yes, I'm fully agreeing with that. But that doesn't mean we don't do it. We still have to grow. We still have to be in some level of that. Otherwise, we're just going to spend our whole lives just in the same spot, never getting any better, never growing. It sounds like hell to me. I think it's part of the reason why some of us are afraid of aging, too. I feel like it's been being pushed on me more and more now that I am, like, actually in my 30s. But there's a lot of stuff that I've been having thrown at me that's like, hey, guess what? You look old now. You're old and wrinkly. You're old. You're gonna die soon. Haha. Isn't that cool? Here, buy our product. Buy our youth serum. Buy our anti-wrinkle mask. Doesn't it suck being old? Doesn't it suck being close to the grave? Don't you miss being youthful? And I'm just sitting here like, what is going on? Yes, exactly. Like, I didn't feel bad about this before, and now you're trying to make me feel bad about this? But I don't have to. There's nothing bad about getting old. There's nothing bad about aging. There's nothing bad about experiencing life in a position that you haven't before. It's scary.
Hey, what's up?
It's scary because it's new. It's different. We've never done it before. We can't get comfortable with that. I don't want to live to be old and then find out one day that I'm going to die and then just be sitting there like, oh, wow, I spent my whole life afraid of this. I could have been having fun. Instead of being embarrassed and trying to hide and trying to act like there's a problem with doing the one thing that literally every living creature on this earth does. Fuck it, man. I'm tired of worrying about it. Why should I? Just because somebody else feels insecure and bad about it doesn't mean I have to. And if we all let ourselves just sit with that discomfort, maybe no one would feel bad about it. Maybe we could actually process shit.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Cat. Your feelings are not bad. They might be uncomfortable, but they're not bad. See, I'm an adult too. I poo-poo gross lewd art. I don't outwardly show my emotions. I hide them like the adulty adult that I am. Please respect me. Why do you not still respect me? Proceeds to double down. I think a lot of it just stems from fear. Other people's fear. They see themselves, they realize these things are happening, and it scares them because they can't control it, and then they feel insecure about it. And we don't talk about these things. And when we do talk about them, it's always in this insecure sort of like testing the waters, kind of like making a joke about it just to get a feel to see how other people feel about it. And then maybe if they're chill about it, we can talk about it a little bit, but we're never seriously going to actually discuss or unpack it. Nah, not with me, baby. We are unpacking that shit. We are spreading it out all across the floor. It makes you uncomfortable. That means we need to talk about it. Why does it make you uncomfortable? Because you don't get to control how other people live their lives because something makes you uncomfortable. You can control your own life by asking yourself, why does this make me uncomfortable? And then figuring it out. Why do I feel a need to control other people? Feelings are important for informing your present and future. They're absolutely valuable to have. I feel like you missed what I said about a bit earlier. I probably did. Sorry. Still got a lot to learn, even now in my 30s as well. We're always learning and never getting the whole picture. Gotta help each other and help those who are behind. Absolutely. You never look at your neighbor's bowl and ask why you don't have as much as them. You just look at their bowl and ask if they have enough. I feel like that younger generation is essentially trying to suck up to adults more than before. How much of a delay is there in chat? Not really that long of a delay. I'm just fighting my endo really bad today. I've had a migraine threatening over my head all day today, so I'm having some pretty bad brain fog at this point and can't keep up with chat. Also, be clear, I already said this, but you did not catch it. You go by he. I'm making sure because I might call you she by mistake, so double check. I go by they, them, predominantly. But if he is easier, like if a binary gender is easier, then I would prefer he. Dad often said that one of the hardest lessons he had to learn was that you can't control anyone's actions but your own. I feel that more and more as I get older. Oh yeah. I want them to be able to make friends and have genuine relationships and healthily express their emotions. I want them to have the opportunities to process their feelings that I didn't have when I was their age. I want to provide an environment in which we can make it comfortable to talk about these things so that it's not one of these taboo things later on down the line. But that's literally how all of this bullshit with the censorship and everything happened too. It's easy to make sex a taboo thing, and that's why all these fucking credit card companies are like, oh yeah, no, we're gonna ban anything that's not safe for work. And claim that it's for censorship purposes because, you know, it's very easy to get people to agree with that. It's hard to defend because it's a little embarrassing. At least for some people. So it's an easy thing to target. And then once they've targeted that and gotten their way with that, then they come after the other stuff. Now, okay, now we've decided that it's not just not safe for work stuff that's inappropriate. Now it's furries. Anything furry related, we've decided, is now inappropriate. It's sexual. Why? Well, because we were able to convince you that anything not safe for work, anything that was remotely like that, was going to be sexual. Don't throw me in the pit when I'm monologuing. Y'all get the idea.
Way to go, superstar! I knew you could do it.
Did you notice the gun Jax had said Cain and Abel? I did notice that. I've been seeing a handful of theories popping up, and I'm excited to know what's going to happen next. I feel like lies and lack of loyalty is a large issue. Fame and fortune before learning, and they have now... Oh, what they have now is worth it. Yeah, that too, for sure. I once had a best friend I met in VRChat who was very open and happy with being a gay little creature, but these other Puritans around their same age convinced them all that the stuff that made them happy was sick and disgusting, and they cut themselves off from everyone and joined them instead. Wow, that sucks. That really sucks. I'm tasking all of you with the responsibility of always trying to see things with an open judgment. Pause before you jump down someone's throat, especially if they're younger. And just ask yourself, is this maybe not something that needs to be debated? Can I just let this be? Something I'm incapable of doing with Doey's eyebrows, apparently. Stop. Stop touching them. I feel like maybe I need... Okay, stop touching them now. Not allowed to touch them anymore. Probably won't even end up using them. Your monologue started giving me a panic attack? Oh, I'm sorry. Sounds like you still have some things you need to talk about, Q. Actually, now that we've got his angry eyes down, the brows actually move quite well with that. We can push them further if we want. Famous last fucking words.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, cat. Still haven't seen the new Tadic episode. Been boycotting YouTube for their AI age verification nonsense. Oh, I forgot about that. Good on you, cat. How long is the boycott supposed to be going on for? I didn't realize there was one. Well, one that was active. I know I had heard things about that age censorship thing. Not exactly a great thing to have when you have a razor in your hand because you're shaving. Girl! We are all about control here, baby. As in, control yourself. If the topic at hand is not good for you, you have every ability to walk out and take control over your environment. I'm not saying that's something to be like, fuck you, leave. I'm just saying that if it does make you uncomfortable, and that is a serious thing, then please, please, take the time that you need for you. Step away. Separate yourself from it. You're allowed to do that. You're encouraged to do that. I won't take offense to it. Left the stream for 10 minutes, put the razor down and did breathing exercises to calm. Good. And I am very sorry that the topic was a very triggering one for you. But I'm also proud of you. I'm very proud of you for taking control of yourself and your environment and what you had the ability to control. That looks much better. Take notes, people. This is what we call adult behavior and self-care. Boycott started on the 13th when the policy went into place. Oh shit, it's active already? Huh. Okay, now I got more of that ridge that I was looking for. About throwing spaghetti at a wall and seeing what sticks. That's how I should do divination and fortune telling. Throw a bunch of spagooty at the wall and then read the noodles like you would a poem. A bit of a repost because I wasn't sure if you'd seen it among the chaos. I had not, no, I'm sorry. But yeah, it's not a bad idea. I mean, it may be a bad idea in terms for like the health of your wall. But there's another method that you could use. We use it in D&D for making maps. What you do is you take beans or rice and you just plop it down on a piece of paper. Whatever silhouette it falls into, you trace. Use that to make a map for your D&D campaign. It was the push that I needed to try and stream on Twitch instead. They aren't worthy of my audience if they're going to pull nonsense like that. Fucking valid. An update has been shared, and now I must boot up Baldur's Gate 3 for some more bald and gay. It's a really good map idea. Yeah, it's not mine. The D&D community's been doing it that way for a while. I'm sure you could find images of people doing it in the maps that they've made. That's why I left tonight. I was trying to do a test stream to make sure everything was in working order. Everything broke. It was a mess and no one could see my screen no matter what I did. Oh no! I was hoping to come back with a raid for you. Aw! I'm so sorry it's giving you so much trouble. Truth be told, OBS just kinda seems to be that way. I like this angry face. That's a good angry face. We got some good angry brows. I don't know how they look with the other eyes. Kind of messes that one up a little. Let's see if we can adjust that. Nope, that made it worse. Good enough. The look Rosie gives me from across the room when she knows I'm about to do something stupid. I realized they were probably using dry beans and uncooked rice, but in my head that was a very wet. It was very wet when it hit the paper. Yeah, no, cooking was not part of the instructions. That's more of an optional step. Oh, we got a doodle in art share. Let's go take a look at that. Oh, it came out so good. That's really cute, Friendly. That would make a really good postcard print. It'll be okay. I don't know if it was OBS, Twitch, or something else I can't see. I wish I knew. I hate having a problem I can't fix. Well, you can try and describe it a little bit, but I don't know how much I could help while I'm live right now. Worst case scenario, we do plan potentially on doing a stream over the weekend for Deltarune if Rosie is available. I don't know if she will be or not because she is currently staying with one of her partners. But we're still planning on it. We're still trying to get it to work out. If that is the case and you are free, I will try and set aside some time and see if we can maybe work out an opportunity to sit and pick at it. I make no promises on being able to figure out what the issue is. All right. I keep procrastinating on his lips because I don't want to have to do that mouth bag and I don't want to have to do his lip sync because it's so hard. Gonna have to get around to it eventually though. You'd really do that? Of course. I don't have a whole lot of time to throw around with every single person, and obviously I don't want to indulge in a lot of parasocial stuff, which I kind of feel like I'm really bad at setting boundaries with. But Kat, I've been wanting to like have an excuse to hang out with you. Not gonna lie. All right, Joey, what are we doing with your face, bro? Let's move your eyebrows up with your eyes. All right, so I guess everything that we do, we want to be able to have the smile can the open mouth smile work? Part of the issue is I don't know how to disable Viseams. Because if I knew how to do that, that'd be so much easier. Or like to switch them out for different Viseams. I don't know. Why you gotta make stuff so complicated, Doey? How much can we get you to smile without using all of the smile? Alright, halfway's not bad. Let's actually stick with that. Let's keep a halfway smile. That way, we've got our gentle smile. It doesn't affect the mouth too much. That should be okay with our other expressions. Like that can be our ch if we're careful with it. I really don't like how much, like how flat his face is with it though, or his mouth. Especially because the smile doesn't completely get rid of that. What if we do that and then we tell it not to affect the corners of the mouth as much? Because we don't want him to be frowning quite that hard, I don't think. Unless we want that to be an expression. Okay. Let's try and do just an open mouth, I guess. Because we have the first shape key I did on him, which is that, but it's kind of a smile. A little bit. Let's set that to half. We'll also maybe add a little bit of our ch. Yeah, adding a little bit of that curled lip. Or maybe I can just do that. Fuck it, we'll try that. Start with this as a base. Because if we have that halfway smile and then we do that, that kind of works. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Friend-shaped character being complicated. How he's growing a beak with that expression. He's very much teetering on the line of turtle face. I don't know why. But I like this that we've got so far. It's not as open as I would like, but that's okay. How does that affect our big smile? Wow. It's mostly compatible. That would work. All right, we're going to open this mouth up more. Keep playing with this shape. I like this though. In fact, we're going to duplicate this one so that we don't lose it. I think that's a good base for us to start for all of our mouth shapes. I'd like to talk to you some more, but I've got to go and split, so I will see you. Thanks for hanging out with us, Iceman.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
And thank you for the reminder to save. It has been a minute. That's interesting. We can stack them. And how does that affect things? It could work. All right, I'm going to try something. I would like for this vertex group to affect predominantly the center of the mouth. So what I'm going to do here is some weight painting. What this is going to do is it's going to tell that group to only affect the red areas and not really affect any other parts. So we're going to be very careful about how we're blending it out. We still want it to affect the corners of the mouth, just not as intensely. Welcome, Mommy. Yummy. I mixed the bobo and the yeah, anyway. Hi. Welcome, Yummy. I hope that you have been doing well. And if you haven't, I'm very sorry about that. All right, let's see how this affects. Oh, interesting. It's because I didn't weight paint correctly on the inside of the mouth. It's workable though. Let's try and fix that some. Oh my. I'm still considering getting rid of this mouth bag and putting a new one in. Stupid idea to try. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me read the rest of what you've got here. I recognize this stream. It's been so long since I was on Twitch. I was without PC for a month or so, managing. Stupid idea to try and change my PC setup and ultimately failed. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but it wasn't a stupid idea. It maybe just didn't go quite as planned. But it's always a good idea to try and improve things. can't beat yourself up for trying. Okay, doughy. We're gonna try something here, bud. Wait, what if we just... Okay. Still not great, but... It is upgraded, and I ended up getting a fancy RGB case. The original plan was to modify it into an external radiator so that my room got less hot. But I gave up on that after it just kept being nightmarish. All I got to do now is to put some rubber gaskets on the pump mounting to hopefully stop the residents. My computer sounds like it's haunted by a boat. It's a faint foghorn-like sound. Just the red lips floating in front of him looking like some sort of Baldy knockoff. The crossover that no one asked for. Alright, this is workable, as long as we ignore what's happening with the mouth sack. I feel like that looks similar to his in-game open mouth. It works for his smile. We can make it work for this smile. Gonna have to clear it up a little bit. Don't call it a mouth sack. That's what it is! It's just like his eye sacs! Alright, we're gonna make a new shape from this. That is going to be our temporary shape. Wait! Hello, Gouldella. What is happening there? Why is that happening, actually? I think we're definitely going to end up having to redo all of the vice seams for the inner mouth area. It's just pretty broken right now. Oh, it's not doing that on both sides. Lovely. Spook's politely asking you to keep your mouth sack shut about mouth sack. Gotta try and get into Blender again, but the feels are not up to it. Man, that is a mood. Blender's a rough one. I kind of compare it more, like, less about, like, doing art in the sense of drawing and stuff, and more in the sense of, like, doing art like a puzzle. In the way that, like, architecture is art. That's not good. Why is there an extra? Because I missed one. You know, I'll be honest, this doesn't seem like a good method. I'm just gonna hide this piece. Worry about it later. Technical drawings of buildings, yeah. I think sculpting gave artists more artistic freedom. Yes, and that is fantastic when you're able to do that. But unfortunately with video game models and whatnot, once it gets to the low poly region, the sculpting tools kind of become not so great. At least for me. I could be completely off base there for anyone else who's used to using those tools. All right, what direction? Back, maybe? Back when I was a teenager, I tried Blender character creation many moons ago. This character isn't too much suited for sculpting. Sculpting's good for creating complex shapes and details. Yeah. But you have to retopo it. I have a love-hate relationship with retopoing. I both love it and despise it. Because when it goes well, it's awesome. When it puts up a fight, it puts up a fight. Get it to a flow. That's great, but yeah, not when that doesn't happen yet. One thing I've been wanting to look into is there's a lot of Blender add-ons that have gotten really good for doing things like that. And I don't use a lot of add-ons, but I want to start investing my time to learning the ones that are actually fairly helpful in speeding up things like that. Retopo Flow is free for personal use and learning. It's the main one. The latest version doesn't even need you to go into an exclusive edit mode. It has... Oh, that it has to use, apparently. Yep, Zatani has already sent me that, yeah. I'll probably go ahead and download that for doing the topology on Freddy when we're ready for that. I'm below novice level when it comes to polygon stuff, but I've been using it. I went headfirst into it without any practice. Sometimes that's the best way to do it. Thing with Blender can do all of those things itself, but a lot more faffy. Yes! That's the perfect word for it. There's so many things that Blender can do that it just doesn't really do in the best way. Or that it takes 1,000 steps to do it that way. God damn it, Doey, how did you get off-center again like this? Alright, we need to fix you. There we go. Alright, ignoring the mouth bag. That should be a good shape. Just setting up Retopo takes time. It sure does. Nice enough being able to just click and it be started and set it all to the correct projection snapping. That's the kind of thing I don't know why that's not already been, like, I don't know. I want the add-ons to become incorporated as a part of Blender. Like, I don't want to have to go and add those on because they already are pretty well defined. That should just be part of it already. Because it is. Like, it exists. It can be. Well, our ads are going to start in about 30 seconds to a minute. Still uncertain about my monitor arm tablet setup. It's hard to use the keyboard and the tablet. It needs one of those hand gamer keypads or something. Hey, Soulstone. Good evening. Moss and friends. Dadbot's here to lurk and support. Thank you so much for lurking. My legs have finally... Oh, with my legs finally shaved, it's time to go to sleep. Good night, you! You and your bald legs. Blender does have a lot to do. Alright, so that works for the that works for the smile. For the most part. Does it work with our ch face? We forgot to do mouth bag with that, but that's okay. We know that that worked with the smile before. So let's take our open mouth again. And our ch. Set that to, I don't know, 50%? Gave up shaving my legs during that month of PC issues. Valid. They were really itchy, okay? Suggested to Kevin he should do a $5 5-minute doodle-a-thon. Yesterday he was streaming and doodled out a nightmarish creature he had dreamed up, a deity with a cube for a head. That's cool. That would be really awesome. Meant to be using one of those laser hair remover things to try and reduce growth, but I'm lazy. I don't like the idea of shaving regularly. Fucking fair, man. Shaving regularly takes so much time. Like, waxing, I guess, is an option. I don't know how long it lasts or how often you have to do it. I've never really tried. Alright, how does this look with our smile? Pretty okay. We have our little half smile, which works better. I think we can go a little higher with it. Oh, wait, actually, we have to always keep in consideration the big smile. And it does not want to do that. Not great. Tossing money-making ideas after he said he needed to come up with a down payment for a new computer. Not a bad idea at all. Not much better. The laser thing can make it months between shaving and waxing once you sync up all of their hair growth to be stunted. But that also means getting back to a good routine. Self-care is hard, man. It sure is. that's not make or breaking it. It's not the greatest, but it would still work. Oof, that's really as far as we can do that? Alright, well... maybe we'll be able to push it more. We'll make a new shape from it just to try. Although... this might be something. Alright, so this is the first shape that we did. And then the second one, it's a little bit more pointed on the corners of the mouth. So when it smiles, we still have kind of the smile. And his teeth would be showing for this one because of the ch sound. And now, what do we do with that when he doesn't have his teeth, though? Also meant to say earlier, but thank you again for rating me, Moss. It was very happy. I was very happy to see you. Yeah, it was nice to see you too, Soulstone. It's always fun when we can drop by and say hello for a little bit. Rosie mentioned, I think, before that you were talking with her about doing some kind of collab sometime, and I would love, love, love to do that. Find something fun for us to do. Posture check! Actually, I have not budged whatsoever. I'm staying flush to the back of my chair here. Feed him applesauce instead when he doesn't have teeth. I want the upper lip to curl more with the ch sound, but I feel like that's a recipe for disaster because how much that's not gonna like the open smile. Like, no matter what we do, that specific shape really is not wanting to get along. Shrimp allegations beaten. Thank you kindly, and I would be very delighted even if you just have me on call. Yes, indeedy. Even that would just be perfect. I need to do more just chatting streams. I just feel bad because I don't really know what to talk about. But the conversation always seems to drive itself, so I don't know what I'm worried about. Yeah, I think we're kind of shit out of luck on this ch sound, unfortunately. The O sound's going to be even worse. What is the feature called where you can adjust deformations in a blend shape? I don't know. I don't know if I fully understand what part you're indicating. There's probably a fancy name for it that I never properly learned because I've only ever learned everything from watching YouTube tutorials. I think we have better luck on this shape that we made first. We didn't point the corners of the mouth so hard. Talk and talk and talk as long as folks let me, being Southern and all. Always down to spend some time with cool peeps. I'm looking forward to it. I think it might be some sort of constraint applicable to blend shapes. I remember seeing a video about it for making wings work correctly. Oh, if you ever happen to find that video or any other video similar to that, I would love to have it sent my way so I could take a look. I really don't know hardly anything about constraints right now. Most of what I've been learning has been all about just the things that are necessary for VRChat specifically. And when I get the time or I have a new challenge on an avatar that I'm doing something new on, is when I will take the time to learn more. Victory dance! You know what? We have a dance just for that. Alright, part of me's thinking I should just take the whole mouth bag out, but I know we're going to keep doing mouth shapes, so it's not going to want to do that. Let's keep this one for now. Adjust it as we see fit. Can't believe there's only 3 episodes left of Amazing Digital Circus. Don't remind me! I'm not ready! What am I gonna do with all of my whims? No, wait, I still have Poppy. I'm fine. Watch Poppy end after the next chapter. I'm glad they're keeping it short. I am glad that they're not overdoing it. Do I wish that it could have more? Yes, just because I'm a killer for filler. I like the beach episodes where nothing happens plot-wise. I would take a full episode of them doing absolutely nothing productive for the plot. Rewatch it and enjoy what you missed the first time. True! There's so much little stuff to look at. Little micro animations about how, like, characters flit their eyes off to the side. All sorts of little stuff like that. I live for that sort of thing. I could psychoanalyze the micro animations that they do in this show for years. Watch the Gaslight District instead. They still have to make that, though. I want to. What was the visual novel? Isn't that in Japanese? Or am I thinking of the Poppy one? I know Poppy also has a Japanese visual novel. Something's up here with this. I'm not quite sure what. Is it inwards? Is that the direction we need to go? One thing I spotted was the symbol for the company in the photos that Kane saw was the same K and A as how the guns are called Cain and Abel. Oh, C and A. Okay, yeah. Makes me wonder if Kane is named after the company founder. It was C and A, and I remember it stands for the scene. They mentioned they will make more after Circus is done with. Fuck yeah. It's been confirmed that The Amazing Digital Circus is one of the those shows where you get more context and get to spot foreshadowing you didn't realize was foreshadowing on a rewatch. That doesn't surprise me. That's kind of like Glitch's signature move, I feel, at this point. I really want to go back and rewatch Murder Drones. All right. I like that shape. That's pretty good. All right. Let's see what we can do about our ooh shape. Let's get rid of you. And we're going to want to use you, but we're going to change your weight painting. Looks good to me. New shape from Mix. Should be our ooh shape. And how does that look with our smile? Perfectly fine, not affected by anything. Our big smile, let's set that to 80% again. Not the best, but can be worked with. All right. Hey, Blue Biscuit. How's it going? We're just working on adding some expressions and some lip sync vice seams and stuff to our boy Doey here. Feel like going with the Bibble story of Cain trapped or deleted his brother out of creative envy. Just put the model I switched to working on in show and tell. Let's take a look. Oh, hold up. Nexus. Go on about this handsome devil called the Multipath. You can start with whether or not they're single. That's a really fucking cool design. I love that. Oh, Spooka, that came out so good. I'm so excited to see the moon version. Locke and I were up watching Rick and Morty help. Choose a darker orange and put a shit ton more glitter in it in the hopes of that the clear parts will show up better. I'm excited to see it in game. All right. We've got our ah, our ch, and our oo sounds. For the lips, anyway. What we need now is to fix up our mouth bag for each of them. And that worries me a little bit, because it's going to change for all of them. Bless you? Is the ba sound? What? You guys have lost me. All right, I think one thing I'll do is I'm going to use one of our previous groups to tell the ah shape to only affect everything other than the mouth bag. Oh. Don't know how well that worked. Maybe it'd be easier if I took the full open mouth bag and then reduced it for... Oh shit, my avatar froze again. Ah, Chan, ooh, oh god. Really
Did
need
you
to...
remember to
Wait,
save all of your files?
I thought I just did, but I'm gonna save again just to be sure, because you can never be sure enough with Blender. Thank you. Need to make myself a base mesh. It's tedious making a generic human over and over and over again. Hands to... Oh yeah. If you can make yourself your own base mesh to start things with, go for it. But even that in itself is a super tedious thing to do. All right, here's what I think I want to do. Let's... Wait. We're going to cut the mouth out so I can look at it separately. All right, so Doughy, we are going to have you close your mouth. So this by default, this is our basis shape, and I don't feel like that's a very good basis shape, if I'm perfectly honest. So let's duplicate this. We're going to turn the one off that is good, and we are going to go into edit mode for our new one. We're going to set this up to be better than it is. I want to take all of these guys on our basis. Actually, I'm going to make a new shape key for this. And we're just going to flatten them using something. Where are my tools? There's my loop tools. Flatten. Okay. What do you mean I missed one? All right, flatten it again. And shrink it inwards. I want to make sure everything lines up pretty much how it should. All right. I'm gonna go in and flatten it one more time, just in the hopes that it will further listen. Probably not, though. Nope. That's a whole different thing it decided to do then. Why, though? Is it because it's on the normal? Probably. All right. All we really want is for this mouth bag to be in a good neutral position so that when he does open his mouth with the ah shapes and everything, but we want it to collapse good. I think with the sundog, it might actually be done when it comes to his textures. He just needs some stuff added to him like googly eyes, rays, and ruffles. Twitch related, they changed the color of one of the emote sections. Oh, one of the emotes in the dark mode. Why? Which one? Don't like that. May have done an oopsie. So why do I not want to propagate that? Hmm. I should be perfectly clear here. I don't actually know what I'm doing right now. I am trying to get this to do a specific thing without having to do all of it manually. And I think I'm just going to end up having to do it manually. But I'm delaying that fact as I experiment and try to figure out what else I could potentially get away with doing to fix it. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, okay, I see. Feh. Let's try something a little different. Hello, Void. I hope you've been doing well.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
And thank you for the hydrate.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
I would do that, but we are actually in a very precarious place right now because I am trying to figure out how I want to redo this inner mouth area for Doey. Now that I've kind of hecked it up pretty hard with my mouth shapes. Big stretch. Big stretch. I'm stressed. Oh no. What has the void stressed out today? But I may have found a perfect job. Oh, hey. Might be some good stress then. Can't go into details, but the situation we moved into is not the best. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Void. Well, hopefully, if things with this job work out, you'll be able to change that. But regardless of what the future potential could be, that sucks that things didn't really work out how you were hoping. It is what it is. But it doesn't hurt to acknowledge that it sucks, too. Your feelings matter. How things affect you matter. And you deserve to hear that. Don't think trying to do even a semi-realistic person is a good idea if I'm not really feeling it. It's a lot of work. Maybe I should do something more stylized. Go for it. Follow the dopamine. That's all we're doing. What I think I'd like to do, I want to keep and preserve our large open mouth shape. But I want us to be able to do that from the flat position. And if not that, we should be able to do it from the semi-open position anyway. So let's take this semi-open position and try to get it as closed as we can without having it fully crushed. And that can become our neutral new base shape. Perfect. At least I have Wi-Fi, you guys, and a rough estimate of the end date. Good. We are more than happy to provide an atmosphere that you can just kind of vibe out in and not have to worry about anything. Other than my bitching and moaning about Doey's weird mouth bag. I think what I want to do is preserve this one as a shape and use this shape as the basis. So we want to, we want to remove all of our other shapes, I think. And all we want now, not that one. We want our smile and our halfway smile. We want this shape. And we want that to come from this shape, which it will not because that's not our basis shape. What if we make that our basis shape? I did something in reverse there. Hold on. See, here's the problem. I'm having super bad brain fog, and I can't keep track in my head of the steps that I need to perform to do what I want this to do. So, I'm going to start saying my process out loud and hoping I don't sound dumb. Gotta find my mouse fob and laptop fan now. They should be in the same box at least. Oh, I sure hope so. I actually had to switch back to a wired mouse. I have a wireless one, but I had to switch back to a wired one because that stupid little plug-in for the wireless mouse, I cannot save where that gets put every time it's not plugged into the computer. It will get lost. I can be holding it in my hand and then within like a blink, it's just poof, gone. All right, so what I want to do, I want to preserve like a half dozen of these shapes that I've made. And I want to combine them all as shape keys on one mesh. And I want to get rid of all the broken fucky wookie stuff. But I don't know which ones are broken because I've kind of made an amalgamation combination of several. So what I'm going to do is duplicate this. Okay. And now I'm going to delete everything except for the current blend shape on this one. Now that is our new basis. And now on this one, it is the same thing. I'm going to remove that one though. And make just this one the basis. Again, we're going to duplicate it so we don't lose anything. So we remove everything but this one now. Oops, I think I did that on the wrong one. No, I did that on the correct one. Okay. And now we want our flat one. Yes. Again, we're going to duplicate. Remove, remove, remove. Remove, 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 remove. And you are the only one on this one now. So we have flat, partially open, wide open. Again, we're going to duplicate. We want our smile. No, we don't. Actually, no, we do, I think. Maybe? Yes. Yes? Yes. I don't know. It's an experiment. Okay, there's our smile, I think. Oh, wow! Oh!
Speaker of the Void just cheered 90 bits. Popple's looking a bit empty right now. Let's fix that.
Thank you so much, Void. He's looking much fuller now. Full of lemon and banana flavor. I don't know. I don't judge, Popple. You can be whatever fruity flavor you wish. All right, big smile. Delete everything else. This one we're going to duplicate again. We want just our halfway smile. A little bit least. One of the gumballs jumped back out. Popple. Learn not to... Oh, I've learned not long back that bubblegum flavor is berries, banana, and mint. Which banana, though? Is it that one extinct banana that no one knows what it really tasted like anymore? Because that's apparently what most banana candies are based off of. It's some kind of banana flavor that the banana itself that it was based on is no longer around. And that's why banana-flavored candies apparently taste so different. I don't know how different they really taste, though. I've never been too picky with my banana flavor. Okay. Now we should have made a different mouth for every single one of our past poses. Yes. And what I would like to do... Why do you still have poses? You do not need those. I would like to combine them all. Which one do we want as our basis? The neutral one. I guess that's... Do we want that to be our first or last one? Object. How did I do this before? Oh, duh. Join as shapes. Okay. Let's turn all of them off except for that one. So now we have our basis. We have big mouth. We have medium mouth. Smile. Smaller smile. Okay, cool. I think that's everything that we wanted. So now we should be able to merge this back onto our basis for Doughy. We are going to close his mouth. Should probably name all these shape keys. All right, so this is part of his basis. This one is big open smile. Hearted. Smile. A. Smile B. Okay. Now we want to combine them with our other shape keys that we had before. So we've got our open smile, ta-da, our big open smile mouth. Perfect. So we're going to combine that into a new shape. New shape from mix. This is going to be our new big smile. Then we want to do our regular smile and have his inner smile match that one. Oh gosh, I'm not reading what you guys are saying at all. Big Joe still exists, just not mass-produced. 2 banana plagues. New bananas have the same amount of banana flavoring in banana candy. It's a myth. That's why banana candy doesn't taste like banana. Banana flavoring is just that much concentrated that it's not got other flavors in it to be the explanation. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that that was a myth. I'm happy to be educated. How do you feel about the weird banana marshmallows? Oh, Texture's funky, but I sometimes crave them. Is it like the squishy ones that I've seen? I know there was like marshmallow stuff all over TikTok for a while there, a couple years back. I think it was like pre-pandemic that like big, thick marshmallows were a big trend on TikTok for some reason. I don't know why they are either bananas or shrimps. The bananas make sense. Not sure about the shrimps since they're strawberry. Second most likely foam sweet that you'll get in an old candy store. How did you get his proportions right from just a front view? So the way that I did it is not how I usually would. I have my own references that I drew up here, not that one. But this is a while back that I had sketched up just a frontal and a side view just based off eyeballing it. Turns out the way that I have his eyes laid out and this mouth doesn't actually line up very well with him. Could have avoided that, but just didn't because I was not being very meticulous about it. But a lot of just kind of playing around with the shape to try and get it to sort of look as much like this face as possible, but as you can see when I put the actual reference over it, our mouth doesn't line up at all anymore. But a lot of meticulous pushing and pulling to try and still make it feel like it looks like what we think it would look like. And now we have our big smile. Oh, that's too big of a smile. Oh, and our ads are about to start any second here. Get them in assorted bags of bananas and shrimps. I've never heard of this shrimp candy. It's really making me sad that I've never heard of it, though, because I fucking love the idea of it. Might go to bed, actually. Okay, good night, Void. I'm so sorry that you've had such a rough day. I hope that you have a good weekend. I like artificial cherry flavor over real cherry flavor. Black cherry is my jam. I do like black cherry candy. Umeboshi is like a black cherry flavor. I love umeboshi. I had an addiction to umeboshi for a while. In fact, I still have like 2 bags of a candy that I got like aggressively addicted to. I forget what it was called. It's the one that has the geisha girl on it, though. Ko Ume by Lottie. I'm going to link to a very, very random TokyoSmart.com. It's some kind of, I don't know, it was the first result. Is there an Amazon link I could find instead or something that would be... No. Oh, wait, there is. There we go. So if you ever, long story short on how I ended up coming across this candy, I was at a convention, I was vending. I used to sell at fur conventions a lot. I would make fursuit bases and stuff. So I was vending, and some completely random person ran up to my booth and said, "Hey, do you want to try a really nasty candy?" And I said, "Sure, I love nasty candy." And so they gave me 2 pieces, 2 little packages, they're individually wrapped, of these umeboshi candies. And I had no idea what they were. I had never heard of umeboshi. I had never heard of anything like this. I didn't know what to expect. And there was no descriptor on the bag of anything other than it had like cherry blossoms and a little geisha girl. And then it's something about a goopy center. And I put it in my mouth, and the very first thing that hit me like a fucking truck was the overwhelming assault of salt. You know how warheads are covered with the sour powder? And you just kind of like get that full frontal attack of sour? It was like that, but with like a salty sour. And it took a minute to get through. But then after a while, it kind of dissipated and you got much more of a sweeter plum flavored candy out of it. Still with a heavier salt flavor kind of mixed in with the candy itself. It was gross. And then when you get to the center, that becomes the true nightmare of the experience. Because after you break the hard shell and you get to that goopy paste on the inside, that stuff is like straight up super glue the moment it touches your teeth. If it's on your tongue, if it's on your gums, it's fine. But if it touches your teeth, that shit cements itself to them. You will never get it off. And so naturally, when I bit into it and had my jaw glued shut to the goop that just sealed my jaw, I thought, this is the worst thing I've ever experienced. I never, ever, ever want to try another one of these candies ever for as long as I live. That night, sitting in my hotel room, eyeballing the second piece of candy that they had given me, I kept thinking to myself, why do I kind of want to try this again? It was really gross. I hated every part of that experience. I don't want this. And yet, I have another. And I kind of want to try it again. I'm kind of craving it for some reason. What the fuck is this? And so I ate it. And it was still gross. But I couldn't stop eating it. And then when I got home from the event, I could not stop thinking about that stupid fucking candy. So I had to go on this mission, searching through the internet, trying to find anywhere on Earth that would ship it to me where I live, which is in the middle of fucking nowhere. And I did finally find a place that would do it, but it required me to order in bulk. So I had to order 5 bags of this candy, which I still wasn't even fully convinced that I liked, but I just couldn't stop thinking about it. So they showed up, and I had one, and I found out that when you buy an actual bag of the candy, each bag comes with 2 like gobstopper-sized versions of the candy, along with the regular ones. And I blasted through the first 2 bags in like a week. And I'm not a big candy person. I don't usually eat a whole lot of candy, but I just it was an addiction. I would just eat one after another, after another, after another. It wouldn't stop. So I went through the first 2 bags, and then I started to panic thinking like, oh my God, I do have an addiction. I'm going to have to be eating this candy for the rest of my life. Halfway through the 3rd bag, I finally reached a point where it's like, okay, I think I can maybe start to live without this. It's good, but it's finally kind of losing its addictive properties. So 3 bags fully consumed within like a month's time. I still have 2 bags, or I think I have 1 bag unopened and one that I have sprinkled into my just bowl of random miscellaneous candies that I've acquired over time that are all definitely expired and no good anymore. And every once in a blue moon, I'll still go back and have one, but I don't know what came over me. Some kind of witch's spell came over me with them. So if you ever decide to try them, I cannot recommend them enough, but be prepared for that experience. They're terrible. They're disgusting. You will not like them at all at first, and then you won't be able to stop. You can replicate umeboshi by salting rhubarb. I've never had rhubarb either. Japanese person living in Australia came up with the recipe due to how hard umeboshi is to get. No joke on that. It took me forever to find a place that I could actually buy just the legit salted plums. Because I wanted to make my own onigiri. It was good. I definitely feel like the candy is better. The candy is identical to the experience, but more of the fruit flavor. That's it. Unripened ume plums are buried under salt to make them into umeboshi. I think you're right on that. If you make the onigiri, leave it a bit and the salt lessens by the rice. See, my mistake was I didn't take the pit out. I forgot to do that, so I bit into my umeboshi, or I bit into the onigiri and just crunched directly into the pit. I also didn't realize that you shouldn't eat just the umeboshi itself. You need to eat like little itty bits within the clumps of rice. Don't eat a big chunk of the umeboshi. You will regret it. It's so much salt. There's an umeboshi liqueur? Ooh, I'll have to find that. Sounds horrible as well, but would be great in a more savory cocktail. I don't know. I used to really love plum wine. There was a plum wine that was my favorite wine for a long time there. I don't remember the brand. Kinsen. Kinsen. A friend had put me on that for a while. We went on a trip somewhere, and then I was staying at their house for like a week, and they bought a big bottle of it. And we maybe drank way more than we should have without realizing it. And oh god, the worst part is the reason we ended up drinking too much is because we were playing a Shrek drinking game. So we came up with our own rules of like, take a sip every time there's a pop culture reference. Take a sip every time somebody makes a fart joke. So we got really fucked up really fast by mistake. But it's very good. It's a good... I'm not a big alcohol drinker. So when I do drink alcohol, I want to get a buzz without having to drink a whole lot. So it's a good high alcohol content in that wine without tasting like it. Saltiness wasn't really present in the onigiri, like eating them on their own. Made sure to make sure it wasn't too concentrated since I had eaten it on its own and knew the danger. Yeah, that was my mistake. I didn't try it first. I just trusted my gut and was like, here we go, we'll just plop this little plum in there and I'm sure, you know, it's got to be like a jelly donut. Just like Pokemon taught me all those years ago. Just drink tequila rose. Tastes like strawberry milkshake with no alcohol flavor, but it's shots of tequila. Oh, fuck yeah. That sounds delicious. People who drink alcohol and drink like the nasty tasting stuff and just by the buckets, I don't understand it. Like, good for you. I'm glad you can enjoy it. But why are you doing that to yourself? Life's too short for gross drinks. I hardly want to drink anything as it is. I have a button that tells strangers to tell me to hydrate myself. Speaking of which, I need to refill my cup. Normally it's, that sounds dangerous, I hear. Oh, yeah. See, because I'm not a big drinker, I know my limits. So when I go and drink with friends or whatever, I'm very intent on, like, I know I want to get drunk by drinking as little as possible.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate. So tequila is one of my go-tos. Like wine, it tastes like vinegar. When I first tried it, it seems the brain overreacts to new senses. Oh, make an absolutely filthy Caesar cocktail. You can overcome the alcohol burn in whiskey or the acidity of wine if you power through. It being weird if people drank it and it tastes like burning or vinegar forever. Yeah. That's probably the main reason why I don't like a lot of other hard liqueurs and stuff. I like rum. Rum's a good one. Rum and Coke is like one of my favorite go-tos, especially because you can drink a strong rum and still not taste it the same way that like a whiskey or something. Kevin's trying to mod in Peak to give Bing Bong a TTS. That's cool. Rum and Coke, let's fucking go! Like Godfather, but not with Coke. Amaretto and whiskey. Oh, that sounds good. Amaretto's so expensive. I mean, all alcohol is. Ends up tasting like you're drinking a whole tree. It works! Got Bing Bong to do a whole woodchuck line. Wow! Are they, hold on, are they live right now? I might have to go snoop. They are. Okay, we're all gonna snoop on Kevin real quick. So Kevin is a new friend that we have met fairly recently. They are definitely someone that Zetani knows more than me. But there's a little shout out to them. They are currently playing Peak and apparently just got Bing Bong to be able to use text to speech. I'm going to cover my ears real quick from my music and see if I can hear some of that myself for just a second here. That's really cool. Kevin's a cool dude. I'm gonna go ahead and be lurking over there. Check our time here. We've got less than an hour on our time. So hey, if Kevin's still going by the time that we're wrapping up, we'll be able to raid out to him. That being said though, I've been doing an awful lot of yapping and not enough work on getting these mouth shapes working, because if we get nothing else done by the end of this stream, being able to have the lip sync done would be huge. So that's what I would like to get done here. Let me see what you guys have said in the short time that we were away. It's not the most expensive. Whiskey's like 40 pounds for anything that isn't cocktail whiskey. I think amaretto is like 25 pounds though, so it's kind of expensive. Got some nice Georgian wine for 16 pounds. Need to figure out the easiest way to make a stylized feather in Blender. Oh, I don't have a lot of my old stuff on here anymore, but one of the first things I ever modeled that I used as a prop for a friend was a feather. They wanted a feather in their cap. I don't want to like backseat game, but I can tell you how I would do it. This is not actually how I did it before. But I would probably start with a panel. So we could add mesh, add a plane. Oh, that's a cube, never mind. Add ourselves a plane. Raise it up on the Z scale so that we don't have doughy in the way. So I would try something flat. Get ourselves a mirror modifier to start with. Do a nice taper inwards. Get a better shape going here. It's a little bit more of a teardrop than whatever the hell this is. And then we can do something fancy, like break apart some of these if we want. Actually, before we do that, we would want to have a stem. And that would only matter later. Something roughly like this. And we could do some cutouts. It's probably too many, honestly. And once you have your rough shape that you want, add another modifier, solidify. And that would add a little bit of thickness. And do some fancy shit to it that way. Apply your modifiers. Once you've got your flat shape that you want, you can use a curve or a path. And I forget exactly how this one works, but there is a curve modifier that you can use. Let's add a curve. Probably just a Bezier, or a Bezier, whatever that one is. Good enough. Pop that on our curve. What direction would we want this to be? Oh, you know what? Part of the problem is I didn't apply all of the modifiers, or the transforms. Okay, worse yet, I applied them wrong. They should have both been down at the bottom. This is always the part that I get wrong, though. It's which direction. I don't know. I'd have to go back and play with it. But there's a way to get your shape to line up on a curve, and I don't remember how. There's a tutorial about a fork that I learned it from. Might be easier to tailor to the exact shapes that I want. Yeah, there's that. See, that's the cool thing about blenders. There's no right way to do anything. There's just different ways to do everything. Because the way that I was trying to show just then is just one way of doing it, but there's so many other ways that you can go about it. Right, your face. We were working on your face. All right, what other... We need to get your mouth parted. With your ah sound. Yes. Small smile. Big smile. Open smile. And this is our ah. We can go in and edit. Before we do... Let's do the other three. Interpret the plumes on your head as forward-facing, is that correct? You know, that's a really good question. Yeah, I guess they would be forward-facing. I've never really put a lot of thought into it, to be honest. That's part of the reason why trying to make my own 3D model of moss has been so difficult. Creatively bankrupt, so when coming up with inspiration, I just went with the first thing I saw. Aww. That's a good way to go about it. The number one thing that kills art is thinking too much. I have to yell at myself a lot for thinking too much. There's our ooh face. Okay. Wonder if it would be better Nah. Here's our ooh face. So, ch, ooh. And let's go in and edit our ah. Actually, I think we might be ready to just merge these verts back into place against the mouth. Let's do a quick savey save just to be sure. And we're going to start doing that. Merge at last. Merge at last. It's probably a quicker way to do that, but... do all of our top row. Stitching up verts is kind of like actual sewing. Lazy and tell Blender to merge all by proximity. I would try that if I could. Unfortunately, I'm so unorganized when it comes to doing this whole process because my brain is more focused on trying to get the shape keys to look exactly how I want them to look and less focused on whatever the hell is happening with the mesh, which I need to pay attention to both. There's so much multitasking with 3D modeling. It pains me when they're an odd amount. Yeah. Whoops. Oh. Okay. Getting tricky on me. So hopefully this has set us up to have a perfect semi-open mouth shape for each of our visemes, which we can now use our sculpting tools to smooth out. So we've got that for ah, got it for ch, and we've got it for ooh. Perfect. So now the only time that there should ever be an issue is with the... Actually, do big smile first. Give us an ah. Okay, okay. Das gut. Give us a ch. We can work with it. And then ooh. Ooh, baby. I'll give us an open smile. I'm glad that's working. Let's set that again to 80%. Give us an ah. Needs a little work, but we can work with it. Give us a ch. It's something. Give us an ooh. That's not great, but good enough. It's not destructive. That's all it needs to be. It's gonna need some more play, but... it's a good start. So that means that we can delete our previous shape keys for all of these old shapes that did not work. Let's save a new copy before we do that, though. It's always better to have too many copies than not enough. All right, so we can delete this old one. Anything that doesn't have our mouth in it now. Oh. Interesting. We can also still use the shape keys from the mouth from before. Let's see what happens with that. Okay. Oh, we really don't want to mess with this too much, though. Because we have to keep in mind that that's going to go on top of... oh, I didn't think about that. So we have our open smile. And the ah currently also opens the big mouth, which is not good. It's not the worst thing on earth. All right. No time like the present. We're going to go in and try to soften these edges up so that it looks a little more natural. And hopefully in doing that, we're not going to be disrupting it too much for the big open mouth, because if that's the case, we are going to have to do a little bit more surgically replacing things. But for now, let's get our sculpting tools out. We are going to go back into our gray mode where we can see a little better. And this is most definitely going to make a huge mess. So why don't we go ahead and duplicate our current shape key. Just kind of see what happens here. We want to spread all of this out using our smooth tool. I'm sorry, this is... oh no, that's a smooth tool. What I'm afraid of here is that this is going to cause the bigger mouth to have the mouth bag split way, way open, bigger than it should. And if that's the case, we're going to have to find a way around that problem. Wait! Hello, Autobot Medkit! You caught me in the zone. Did I scare you a
Did
little?
you remember to save all of your files?
Hi, love.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Being love bombed. Oh, wow. Thank you for all of the above. I'm glad you guys have been pushing me to hydrate so much today. My voice really was scratchy.
This is beautiful.
Thank you. It's a Muppet. Oh, his vacant stare, mouth agape. All right, let's see how badly that is gonna fuck up the big mouth. Oh, that's pretty not great. That's pretty not great at all. Right. Well then. Frag, wanna play Dino Gleam after you wrap up today? Oh, Dino Game. You can probably play that for a little bit. I'm gonna have to get this issue resolved, though. Alright, so what can we do about that, then? If we can't mess with the mouth bag after it's been made into the ah sounds... Oh, wait, that's a problem. I might have lost some really important data. Oh, no. Uh... I need to go back to the point before I deleted everything. Can we do that? Are you going to be kind to me? How about we go back to before we reattached everything to the lips? Can we do that? Oh, how far can you go? No! We were so close! We ran out of undos. Alright, let's open up an older version, hopefully. Do I want to save? Panic. Heck up this one. Alright, we're gonna open a previous one. I think it has an undo cap no matter what, doesn't it? You can set the undo cap to whatever you want it to be. I think I have it set to like 200 or something like that. But unfortunately, I click a lot. Alright, this is the one that we had before we attached the lips. Did we do anything else prior to this? I don't think so. Well, that's good. Oh, it maxes at that? I did not know that. I mean, it makes sense that it has to have a cap. That's a lot of history to hold on to. Alright, so we need to take the mouth where it's at with our big smile set to... Big smile set to 80%. No. Oh shit, this is before we merged anything. Okay. This might be good, though. This might work. Set our open mouth smile to 80%. We're going to set our big open mouth to 80%. What do we want to do to fix this? Because we need to be able to have the mouth smile and the ah and the ch and the ooh sound not fuck with this. So what can we do? What can we do? We can reduce the ah sound, set the range to -1, reduce it by half. Okay. Then what does that make the ah look like without the big smile? That's not good. Wait a minute. Why is your mouth is being affected by that? Why is that happening? I mean, we can fix it, but ah shape. Ah mouth bag. If we have it set to... That's what it would be. That's not good. What an awful time to be having brain fog. Eddie has lost some fur around his legs. He feels so skinny. It's not hurt, just old. They do get pretty decrepit looking as they get older. Like, cats, unfortunately, don't age very gracefully. All right. I think I realized the error of my ways. Kind of. Again, I gotta talk this out loud because my brain's not gonna let me think it. We want the mouth to be able to remain semi-parted like this, as its neutral resting position, because otherwise We can't get our big smile. If anything, I think maybe it needs to be opened even higher. Because what we're really aiming for is as close to our big mouth as we can get. And that works for the top. It kind of works for Ch. Ooh doesn't matter. Ooh doesn't really move much. I don't know what this is that's happening right now, but it's interesting. So that's our big smile at 80%. With our ah at 150? No. Okay. My brain so doesn't want to brain for this. I've completely lost track of what it was I was trying to do. I wish that I didn't have to think this far ahead for everything. I know there's a way to do it, I just can't get my brain to stop going in circles. It might be better, I guess, if... No, How open can we get the mouth to be without having the mouth bag clip through? We're on to something. I'm going to save this as a new version. This will be another fuck around and find out version. But I think we're going to try and have open mouth be our basis with open mouth bag with closed mouth mouth. Yeah. There is a method to my madness. Adds eyes. That looks a bit derpy. Yeah, every time I ever add eyes to anything, that's usually what happens. Oh, wow! Welcome, Yeehaw Bitey!
Yeehaw Bitey has raided the channel with 1 eggs.
How's it going? How was your stream? So you were playing VRChat. It's always fun. I was playing a little bit of that myself last night. What kind of stuff were you doing on VRChat? We've been facing the struggle of trying to get Doey's mouth to line up with the inside of his mouth. He's not really wanted anything to do with that. Uh-oh. Doey, what just happened? Where did all of your shape keys just go? Okay.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you for the reminder to save. We did just make a new copy because we're trying to salvage this mouth bag. And it does not want to be salvaged. Alright, so I think what I wanted to do is have this be the shape that is our resting position. Maybe. We need it to be whatever our big smile is, minus the ah shape. Where's our mouth at? All right, we're going to set that to 80%. I hate streaming VRChat. Oh, that's unfortunate. I hope you at least had some fun while you were playing. All right, we also set this one to 80%, which means when our ah shape happens, no, that is too much. What is going on, my dude? That's not what your face should be doing. So why is that at a different shape? Because it's not your mouth shape. Where did your mouth shape go? Ah, there's your mouth shape. Still not lining up right. What's going on? Something has shifted out of place. Oh, crap. Well, our ads are about to play, and those are our last ads of the night, I believe. Yep, we have finally hit our 6-hour quota. So, that being said, we'll give it until the ads are over. See if we can fix this little kerfuffle. And if we can't, we'll just have to hold off on it. Obviously, my brain is not wrapping around it the way that I want it to. And that's okay. Just not able to problem solve it tonight, but that is oftentimes the case when it comes to stuff like this. I am confused over why that's not lining up correctly. Ah shape. The ah mouth. That's why. Or not quite. Is this going to be our default? Do I need to make this the basis? Is that the problem? Let's try it. Fuck it. What's the worst that could happen? All right, now what does that entail for everything else? Oh my, okay. Something interesting is happening there with the sound. Hmm. We're on to something with this. Oh dear. Okay, hold on. Okay, we are getting there. Something is working. Sorry, we will wrap things up here hopefully soon when I get this piece together as best I can. But it's still just a matter of figuring out what is going wrong. So this is our resting position for the mouth now. Meaning that our smile? No, that's broken now. Mm-hmm. Smile. Nope. Very broken. Very, very broken. What? Huh. Okay. Okay, that's kind of working. Hmm. I think I really am overthinking the whole thing. All right, we've got our whole mouth open. Is this at 80% though? It might be the full mouth. Not sure. At no point does that mouth clip in. So... what if we just connect it from here? How bad would that be? Fuck around and find out. Take a risk. If this does not work, we will figure it out next time. Alright, before we do this, it's getting confusing, so I need to, hide all of our bottom verts. Only do the top first. Or, I suppose I could connect them at any point. It doesn't really matter which one. Hmm. Okay. Let's do that then. Well, that didn't quite go how we wanted. Weh. Why are you doing this? We want to connect them differently. Alright, so when I connect these, it should not do what it was doing. Merge. No. Merge at last. Merge at last. We're going to do this for every single one, and hopefully it'll be reading the right ones, because if it's not, we're giving up. Huh? Why didn't... No, sir. No, sirree, Bob. Oy. My brain has just really not wanted to brain today. Alright. Last try here. Merge. At last. Merge. At last. Merge at last. Doesn't help that I'm probably hungry. It's hard to think on an empty stomach. All right, fingers crossed. When we close the bottom lip. Good. Nothing clipped. Nothing's an issue. Let's give it a smile. Still nothing clipping? Yo. Let's give it an ah shape. I'm not in love with some of the corner looking mouth area, but I don't think that'll be a big deal. Because that's kind of just how he looks in canon. Let's give it a ch. Okay. Let's give it an ooh. Not a very impressive ooh. So as long as we don't affect the mouth bag at all now, it should be okay. Throw in our teeth again for good measure. Still have to adjust all of those. Oh, wait, shit. All right, we're still gonna be fighting some of this issue, but not as bad as it was. It's got a lot of room for play. We are going to have to take our top teeth down. Make a shape key so that we can do that real quick. A little sad that we couldn't keep the mouth as open as it was. But such is the limitations of the game. And my abilities. We still get to have his teeth, which is still good by me. We'll need to readjust some of them. They'll need some tweaking, but I like that. If anything, maybe we can push these back teeth forward a little more. And then when we close the mouth, we'll have to get those bottom teeth poking up a little more, but it looks like they'll work. I want to see if it closes his mouth entirely. Our mouth shapes here of ah. Okay, they do show his teeth a lot more than I really was thinking that they would. Ooh. I don't know. It's going to be an issue trying to get those teeth lined up the way that we want. But that's what makes such a simple character so complex. I'm still happy. I like where this has ended up. I like the progress that's been made today, even though it doesn't feel like a whole lot. It's still a lot. Every little bit is something. We've got some new expressions for him. We've got our new eyebrows. We have a raised eyebrow, which is very subtle in a distance, but our raised brow. We have our angry brow. We have the raised bottom lid, angry top lid, flat top lid, flat bottom lid, a squint, an angry squint, and a lot of new mouth shapes we can play with. I'm going to go ahead and save him here. Who knows what we're missing from the work that got kind of messed up, but who even cares? Looking fantastic. Thank you, Nexus. Oh boy, yeah, my painkillers are definitely long gone by now. So, wrapping things up for the evening. Oh, it's always so weird on a Thursday. Because we have nothing after this. It's just the weekend. I don't get to see you guys again until Tuesday. Unless we end up doing that Deltarune stream. So, let's kind of go over some of those things. I suppose I should move over to our other window. Ugh. Big stretch. And it is not daytime anymore, so we need a nice little nighttime background. How's that? All right. Oh, I was going to raid to Kevin, but it looks like he is also leaving right now, which means we have to beat him to the punch. We're going to raid out, I think, to... Oh, you know what? Is it their birthday today? It is. Okay, perfect. We are going to raid out to a friend of mine, Goddess Bun Bun. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the chat here. Do you have a full ref of your character? I do not, actually. I need to do that. I do have a kind of full body picture of Moss on my Ko-fi on the bed listing for the stock bed asset. Hold on, let me pull that up. If you look on here at the last image, that is one of the only full body pictures I've done of Moss in any kind of recent time. I don't have any set markings or anything. Probably should go through and make something better of it, but just kind of hasn't been a priority. Maybe that'll be a good 2D Tuesday thing to do. But yeah, let's get this stuff up and running. Let's get our raid message up and running. So, we are going to raid out to Goddess Bun Bun. They are someone that I have played games with before. I don't really know them super well personally, but I do know that they are very fun. And it looks like they are having a big birthday celebration. This is the second day. We will wish them a happy birthday. And they are mute, but they're playing with friends, so I'm sure their friends will speak for them, if need be. As for us, we don't have anything set up in stone for the weekend, but there is a chance that we will be doing a Sunday stream. If we do, it'll probably start at the earliest at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. But that would be for our Deltarune playthrough, thanks to Ink Bleeder, who was kind enough to gift it to me and Rosie so that we could play together. I have no idea anything about Undertale, or not Undertale, Deltarune. I know Undertale. I don't know anything about Deltarune. So that's what we're going into it. I didn't really have an interest in playing, and I didn't really want to play, but I'm going into it with an open mind and hopefully going to fall in love with it. But if we don't do that, I will see you guys again on Tuesday, our regular 2D Tuesday. I will see you again on Wednesday, our Wacky Wednesday, and as always, our 3D Thursday. And instead of our regular Raptor Raid message, we're going to do something a little different. We will do our happy birthday message. You don't have to include the popples. They're optional. But please go wish Bun Bun a happy birthday. I will see you guys again next week. I love you all very much. Thank you for hanging out with me. And goodbye.